Hi friends, we're back. It's new patch day for Spellbreak. So we are gonna actually dive into the patch notes a bit. I'm not gonna super deep dive on them. We'll kind of just go through them quick since I didn't do a video or a stream yesterday. And then but we'll hold off to kind of go discuss everything until we're actually in game in a little bit. So welcome if you're new here, creating a happy little gaming community that's fun, inclusive, supportive, non-toxic, pretty wholesome. I hope you'll join us. Hit that thumbs up button, hit subscribe, hit the bell for notifications of when we go live. We play Spellbreak a couple days a week here on the channel. I'm hoping one of the big changes with this new patch is custom lobbies. We don't always have a ton of people watching, but I'm hoping we can try to build a community of people and we can do some fun custom game mode type things ourselves by queuing in Dominion over time. So we will hopefully be able to do that. Tell your friends about the channel. Tell them to come watch, tell them to come play. And I will do the same. I'm also probably gonna, if we try to do a custom lobby later, I might share in the Spellbreak Discord the stream, so hopefully people will join us from there if they're interested. What I'd love to do, because I know there's some of the bigger creators for Spellbreak, Spellbreak's a relatively small community, but compared to me, pretty much everyone else is gigantic. I just have this happy little channel. No, I'm fine with that. But some of the bigger creators like Marcus, OP, I think did one. A couple other people, they polled their audiences recently on YouTube and or on Twitter, whether they wanted to see Dominion content or Battle Royale content for Spellbreak, or just what they wanted to see in terms of content for the game. And interestingly, there was comments on all this. The comments I feel like were more interesting than the actual results. The results were surprising though. A lot more people like Battle Royale than what I was expecting. Most of the people that I know that play Spellbreak are kind of over the Battle Royale. I think that's because a lot of the creators played in alpha and beta, so they've been playing just nonstop Battle Royale basically until chapter 2 here. Other than Clash, but a lot of them didn't play Clash because Clash just was so casual. But a lot of the folks in their comments, one, wanted to see more Battle Royale content, which is interesting. I've been trying to do at least a couple Battle Royale matches here on the channel every day. We try to do all the story quests, maybe a couple, if my sweaty gold plus Dominion games have me tilted or just in a bad mood, I'll hop over into Battle Royale. It tends to be a little more chill. But yeah, a lot of people though miss Clash, and that makes sense to me because Clash is the more casual game mode. Dominion, even in unranked, there's usually one person in there, at least on each team, that's probably shouldn't be in that lobby, or the matchmaking should be a little bit better, but there's probably not enough high level, more competitive folks who are playing unranked right now. Hopefully, actually, the custom lobbies will help fix a lot of that. Hopefully I know that in the official Spellbreak Discord, they added a hey, what's up, Advantage? I do see this chat. Sorry, I don't always have people in chat. A lot of my viewers actually live in weird time zones or whatnot. So, but hey, I do read the chat. I love interacting with chat. I love helping new players. What's up? How you doing? My chat's over off to the side. So I'm sitting here and let's talk about what's going on with the game mode. But anyways, I think a lot of those sweaty people who were in unranked Battle Royale will probably end up in custom lobbies for for Dominion rather. You want to give me a code? Oh, a code for what? I have a I have the Twitch Prime code already. If you have the NVIDIA skin code, I will gladly take that because I signed up for it. I even have an NVIDIA GeForce Now like priority account or whatever, and I still didn't get the Spellbreak skin for it. Apparently it was an issue. But if you wanna give me a code, I'll take it. Anyways. But welcome. We play Spellbreak here on the channel. I also play a bunch of Nintendo. Ooh, you got the NVIDIA one. I will if you don't want it, I'm not gonna say no. I like that outfit. I was kind of bummed I didn't get it. If I get one, I'll do a giveaway here on the channel. It may my bot may have held it, but I see it. So it may not show up for you in chat, but or it might like say like it's moderated or something, but I can see it. So thank you. I will use it. There's a Twitch Prime skin right now. So if you have Amazon Prime, you can get that. There's also a I appreciate it, Advantage. That's really nice of you. Do you play Spellbreak, or you just like don't play but you got the code and wanted to be a nice person? Either way, I really appreciate it. Yeah, so let's hop into these patch notes. Like I said, we're not gonna go like super deep dive on them. We'll talk about them more kind of as we're playing. You play like once a week. Cool. I mean, that's pretty frequent. Not like I play most days. we stream Spellbreak a couple days here on the channel. I also stream a bunch of Nintendo Switch and other cross-platform and like indie games and stuff for fun as like our bonus streams. But Tuesday, Thursday at the same time, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2100 UTC. We're usually playing Spellbreak here on the channel. So if you want to come, I'm gonna try to organize some like custom lobbies. Maybe try to do like some 3v3, kind of like the best we can do right now with arena mode. I know some other folks like that I watch over on Twitch were trying to do that earlier. It looked like a lot of fun. So I think you could also probably do. You got 3. Wow. I mean, you got lucky. I don't know why I didn't get one at all. I really appreciate that. That's super nice of you. Yeah, it seemed like I even reached out to like NVIDIA support, and they told me that it was kind of like a random giveaway. Like if you were eligible, then you may or may not have gotten it. But even though, I don't know, who knows what's going on with that. I tried to go into the Spellbreak support on Discord. The people there made it seem like it also was a little bit scuffed, maybe. Let's see here. My camera never seems to want to work when I want it to. There we go. Let me also move it over a little bit, so we're not blocking. We'll block the ad. So we're gonna kind of go through these pretty quick, like I said. Big thing probably for most people is custom matches. So it's Dominion only. You basically have to go. You subscribe. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Stop by sometime. We'll play or chat. Have a good one. So custom matches. Dominion only. You have to have 3 or more people on 2 teams. Basically, the party leaders then are gonna swap like a lobby code, share a lobby code. The person that creates the game, and then it'll kind of like bypass the queue system. Oops. Not sure what happened there. I must have clicked on Spellbreak. Seems like it's working well from what I've seen. Both squads have to ready up before anything happens. You just kind of sit at the screen if only one squad does. It's basically like looking to match that that code, the lobby code. On PC, if you're streaming or recording or something, there is a way to hide it in settings. I didn't see one when I looked on PlayStation, which is what I play on, but I don't know. There's other ways to work around that, though. I guess if you're a console streamer for the game, it's a very niche problem. There's maybe like, I think 10 of us, and I might be the only one here on YouTube that streams Spellbreak that I know of. Anyways, could be wrong there, but don't see a lot of other people on YouTube streaming the game. Most of the community is over on Twitch. Okay, so you have to be the party leader. You have to have 3 more players. You can pick your map, or there's a random setting too, which is nice. If we get enough folks in here to do custom matches a little bit later, I definitely would love to check out the Banehelm map. I've heard kind of mixed reviews on it. I don't know. People, I haven't had even a chance to see it yet, but it's heard like after people had played on it on their streams, when I was kind of like browsing through people's streams as I was walking my dog. I heard some people say that the Banehelm match wasn't their favorite, but we'll see. I'm gonna reserve judgment. I'm excited to just play in it. Also, because we have custom lobbies, it could still be a really great way to if you're not actually playing Dominion but want to do like an arena mode or just like a TDM, like Clash style game where you're not capping any points but you're just fighting. Oh, this thing keeps skipping back. I don't know what's going on. It might be Reddit kind of changed like how it works. This is like floating over regular Reddit or something, so maybe if I'm clicking outside the window it's closing. But so custom matches don't grant crowns, XP, chapter reputation, or quest progress. So that's one thing to think about. Like, you're not going to level up any of your stuff playing customs. And I think that just makes sense. They wouldn't want people like loading up into customs and then just like all destroying bots forever, or all just, you know, racking up massive. I watched some of the competitive folks that play in the element tournaments and stuff, and they had some very high exile games earlier when they were just only fighting, not capping any points or anything, doing like a TDM style. So Dominion, that new Banehelm map, like we mentioned, watch your step. There is a lot of fracture and holes all over the place, more so than any of the other Dominion maps. I can talk, I swear. Added animation to the scoreboard to better show when players earn points via exile. Added animation to the scorebar to show when points are gained by controlling objectives. When a player is exiled in game, a number showing how many points the player got for that exile, or the team got for that exile, will appear in world at their last location. Update. So all of this is basically just like adding a little bit of polish, making it a little clearer when you're getting points and what you're getting points from, which is really nice actually, because I feel like that is something that some people have struggled with the game. What else here? Updated level up alerts in Dominion to make them more noticeable. Better communicate the time. Oh, I don't know what's going on here. My computer is not happy at the moment. Better communicate the time this skill was granted and what the newly gained skill does. Alerts stating that a zone has been captured are now much more noticeable. Added minor mana and armor blessings that give +5 max mana, +5 max armor. These will only appear once there are no other boon options left and should fix the probability, I don't know, the problem of capping out boons resulting in suboptimal choices. People running that mostly when they run like curious gilded builds and they just level everything up, and once you have no more gauntlet or rune choices, you might have to swap out your build. So adding these should fix them. Interesting, these stack indefinitely. I know in those that custom lobby with the element folks I watched earlier with like thew and Megaverse Chaos, those folks, they were like getting some very high speed stats. Basically the only thing keeping it from going to like the moon is and not the moon zone, just going up to the moon is that the time for the match ran out, basically. Fix end of match Dominion scoreboard, incorrectly breaking ties on team ranking. In the case of a tie, now prioritizes exiles, then exiled, and finally damage. So should see fewer or no ties from now on. There has been I've had a couple tied matches, which is kind of shocking. There's not a ton of Dominion stats in the game. It doesn't look like they added your Dominion stats to your KDA or anything, but it does now at least track your number of Dominion matches. So I played I forget off the top of my head, but a few hundred, 300 or 400 Dominion matches already in the month the chapter 2 has been out. I think it's 300 ish, and I've won like 100. It only shows you by class what you've won. So I didn't look at Frost. I only looked at Fire there, but won like about 100 of my Fire matches. So that's, I feel like, a pretty good ratio. I played like half Frost, like most of Bronze and Silver I was Frost, and then most of Gold I've been only Pyro, Dragonfire. Large number of accolades will now show their proper values client side. This was already in place on the server, now will properly appear on the client too. So this is the reason why they couldn't change all the accolades before, because it could have worked properly server side, but then the client would have showed something different, and then it would all been screwed up. So these aren't comprehensive, this league's accolades section, but they kind of like, they forgot to add this to the patch notes, and in the patch notes stream, they kind of just like went off the cuff, off the top of their head, and tried to explain what they could remember. And then they put this together really quick before they posted it on Reddit. So they've revisited a number of the values for accolades, make them more impactful to the final crown score, increase win accolade rate value from 500 to 1300. So you get a lot more crowns for winning than you did before. So winning is more important. So hopefully that curbs some of the folks who were just like saying, forget my team, I'm just gonna go for high exiles and damage because that's the best way to get the most crowns. And hopefully those folks, those juicy extra 800 crowns there will help encourage those folks to to play with their team a little bit more. Imagine that, playing with your team in a team-based objective mode. Also increased accolade values for capture, exile, offensive, and defensive exiles. So that's good. I haven't played any ranked yet today, and I think a lot of the upper level folks are checking out custom, so might be tough to get a ranked game. I'm gonna definitely try at least a couple ranked games on stream to see what that feels like, and hopefully over the long term it works out. Again, like, they describe this initial league's offering as beta right in the screen, right in the menu in the game. They've been very proactive about tweaking and changing it. They don't want it to just be a progression system. Like, they want you to have to win and perform well. We'll see how these changes work out, and they're very receptive to feedback. So if it doesn't feel good, the community will definitely give that feedback, and hopefully it will continue to be iterated on and changed and tweaked and pushed in the right direction. So exile accolades increased by 50 for the first 3. I think, oh yeah, exiles. First 3 exiles. So 50. Fourth accolade increased by 100. Fifth increased by 300. Sixth increased by 200. I'll have to see how those feel out. I think so. Only at 5 exiles before. I could be wrong. There could have been a 3 one. I don't remember there being a 4th one, but maybe they were there and I just didn't know what they were called. I think on the wiki page, it doesn't say. Capture accolades increased by 75 for the first 3. Fourth accolade has increased by 150. So if you're capturing a lot of points, that's a big boost, actually. I'm actually pretty curious to see how that works out for me, because I definitely focus. Play more like a support assist type of role. Because in the lobbies I'm in, I'm losing all my 1v1s basically, just barely. I get them down to like 20%, but they're always that 20% ahead of me in terms of like DPS. So some of that might be like they're all running Curious Gilded in my lobbies. Some of them might be like they're all running Wellspring or Runic Inspired or something. I'm not sure. Probably some combination of both, and they're probably just, better than me. So I tend to play that more like assisty point capture style. So hopefully this will like help reflect that. And that, I don't think these were this high before either. Well, obviously they weren't. This says they increased them. So offensive, defensive, exile accolades increased by 50 for first 3. Fourth accolade increased by 100. So if you're defending or pushing points to capture them, those exiles are going to be worth more points too. It doesn't say here whether there was any change at all to like the area. So I think to get these offensive, defensive exiles, it has to be like on the point or just like very slightly outside the point. Like I think it might be on the point though, because I think I've heard people complain that like it's not the same as like the contest space, but I'm not exactly sure. Match costs increased in gold to 1500, platinum to 1800. So even harder. Those increased costs are going to be offset a little bit by some of these crown values going up. It's a balancing act. They're trying to like hone in on the right thing, and it already was much closer to like I think what most people assume a rank system was going to be before these changes. So we'll see see how this goes, and again, like give feedback. One sec here, let me check something before we keep going. League tier values have been slightly increased in gold, platinum, diamond. So these are like the point crowns you need to like level up between tiers. So they increase them a little bit more from what the last hotfix was. Existing tiers should not go down, they may go up. I think I stayed in gold 1, which is where I was. So UI, I did play. I only played 1 game of Battle Royale and 1 game of Ranked Dominion, and I spent some time in the practice lobby. The UI, there's a lot of changes. Some of them good, some of them I feel like need a little more work and polish. I think is generally moving in the right direction. They changed something that I don't think it says here. If it does, it's just like lumped in with something else. But they changed all the gauntlet icons mostly, and class icons, and I don't love them. They're kind of all a little more muted tones, and they give it kind of this bubbly, cartoony look. And I mean, you'll see them when we play, or when you play. But you know, that's something they can continue tweaking over time. I just think they look a little desaturated, and it's hard. I don't have any vision or color blindness problems. I know they've had a lot of requests for colorblind mode. The game and Windows, I think, does support the Windows colorblind settings, but it doesn't have any of its own. So I just worry that like having more washed out, like muted colors for the different gauntlets could make it harder for some people to see it. It definitely, you know, obviously we'll get more used to it over time, but it just doesn't seem as like visually iconic, which is what it should be, right? Because they're icons. You should be able to just glance for a second and tell what it is. So I'm not going to go super into this, but you'll see all the things. Basically, they revamp class and talent selection screen, refresh visuals on the in-game map and portal selection screen, polish like the exile feed in the corner, polish in-game UI at the bottom of the screen contains spells, sorceries, and runes. This actually, I think it does look different, and again, a little bit more like cartoony almost to me. It does also look like it's a little bit off, like some of it, the bottom thing, everything on the bottom looks a little bit close to the bottom of the screen, and on PlayStation and other consoles you can't adjust the size of it at all. On PC, like you can adjust the size to maybe kind of tweak that and pull things away from it, but like you'll see in game, but like my like it cuts off like the rune button like visual there. I don't know, it's odd. Added monospace type for timers and other like numbers and stuff. This again I don't really like. They picked kind of a weird monospace font. So monospace, if you don't know a lot about fonts and design, I actually happen to be an illustrator and a designer, so I kind of know a lot about it. But monospace fonts, basically like every letter or character takes up the same amount of space and has the same amount of space between it. Think about like Courier New or Courier might be some fonts you're familiar with that on your computer that are more monospace. Looks kind of like an old school typewriter type thing, or it can be like more modern but just have that kind of spacing and proportion. But I don't know, the one that they chose to use seems very like programmy. It looks like looks a little scuffed to me, but I'm definitely gonna give them that feedback, and I'm gonna try to find them a better font to suggest they use instead, because there's some really interesting like beautiful monospace fonts. But anyways, that's a nitpicky thing, but like as someone who like really loves like UI and design, like it's something I do care a lot about. I think it's just like a level of polish. I understand why they maybe wanted to move to a monospace font, because with the font they were using before, it did kind of like change depending on like what numbers were there, like the visual space. But that's actually something they could have fixed with like kerning, or yeah, I don't know, whatever. I'm sure it's a much more difficult problem than I've never done any of that type of like interactive UI design. I'm sure it's more difficult than just like designing a web page or like something like that, but I don't know. Cooldown timers now show a decimal place if they're less than 10 seconds. A bunch of like notifications. Countdown on the chapter screen to show you when the quest resets. So you'll have like probably number of days and number of hours until the quest resets. So you'll know how long you have left to do the chapter weekly quest, which is nice. Polish up quest screen to better communicate which quests have been completed. Friends that are not in a queue or a match now show in the friends menu as being in menu instead of in game. Offline friends no longer as eye-catching on the friends screen. Class unlocks. So something interesting here and really great for new players. I think this is a positive change. it's something that when I have new players that come into chat, or when I'm watching other people's streams and they have new players, one of the most common questions is, what gauntlet should I start with? What class should I start with? What's a good combination? So it sounds like you're gonna have the ability to choose any offhand with this, but by default, at like loading up the game, you're only gonna be able to play Pyromancer as your class. And then once you get to Mage Rank 2, then you'll unlock Stone Shaper and you can choose between Pyromancer and Stone Shaper. Once you get to Mage Rank 3, you can choose between the other ones and then add on Conduit and Toxicologist. Mage Rank 4, Tempest and Frostborn. And this makes sense because if you think about it, most of the time, like the standard answer, I think, for almost every streamer that I watch is the first things that people should start out with are fire and stone. The last things you should probably start with are Tempest and Frostborn, and Conduit and Toxicologist are kind of in between. I'm kind of surprised it didn't go like Conduit. I think could have at Mage Rank 2 also, but I think this is a good progression. Like Pyro, it gives like an onboard. It lets people have a little bit like less choice of what to do in the beginning. Maybe they're kind of overwhelmed by all the choices, and lets them kind of learn things a little bit at a time. And it'll also over time like let them like, I don't know, it's like building in advice of what to do like directly into the systems of the game, which is like like progression systems of the game, which is like a good thing, I think. Existing players won't have their classes locked. Mastery screen, class selection screen, mage rank rewards updated to reflect lost class statuses. So balance. Okay, so don't freak out. This is not what you think it is. You can still sorcery cancel. I confirmed it. It does feel a little bit different. Basically, sorcery cast animations no longer trigger mid-air hover. So you still hover when you're aiming your sorcery, but when you let go, rather than doing the animation floating in the air, so like you know, lift your arm or get ready to throw your toxic or whatever it is for the class or gauntlet that you're running, if you sorcery cancel, you're just gonna drop, right? Once you cancel. If you cast before, you would still float there, do your animation, and then start to drop. So with the gravity change especially, we're already so like floating in the air all the time that this is actually like is a buff for casting your sorceries and not just like sticking in the air and like sticking out like a sore thumb, like asking to be targeted, etc., etc. This one seems like not a big deal, but this little bullet point is kind of a big deal. So adjust aiming heuristic for nearby characters to make aim more important for targets that are very close. So I don't think that that's worded the best, and I don't think even in the way that they described it in the patch notes streams made it very clear. Basically, it's a little bit harder and requires more accurate aim closer to you. And I think they changed the way that the projectiles come out of and are aimed, come out of the character models, and like how the camera and the aim works a little bit. It's gonna take some getting used to. It certainly took me some getting used to today. I will also say, just like we'll talk about a little bit more in game, but like my hands-on with the game today is that things seem, projectiles, movement, animations all seem a little bit like a little bit slower than what they were. And none of that is mentioned anywhere here. And some of it could just be, I mean, that's what it feels like. I could be totally wrong. It could just be like changes in the way things are rendered. We've gone through this a couple times in the game before. Even since launch, I feel like the prologue patch or somewhere in there, especially, there was like a desync change, and it really changed like how things felt aiming wise in the game. This feels kind of like that. The first, like when I first loaded in, I'm like, oh my gosh, this feels really weird and different. Like I said, I only played a couple games online. I mostly hung out in the practice lobby and tried things out there. But gonna take some getting used to. I suggest definitely going into the practice lobby, getting a feel for it there rather than just jumping into a thing. They added, I think this is somewhere down below, but they added some bots to the practice lobby. So it's not just like mannequins standing there in the same spot. They're like Valguard basically that have gauntlets and run around. They run at you. They killed me quite a bit. Quite a bit. There's not a lot of heals in there. Definitely run vampiric. Once I was running vampiric, they also I think have like 200 shields because I was hitting them for 38 with like epic fireballs, and I think it took like 4+ fireballs to get their shields off. So I'm pretty sure they have like max shields, which I'm not really sure about that. But it is nice to have bots in the lobby. When you get exiled, it does wipe out all your gear and you have to keep picking up gear, which is a little bit annoying. But anyways, talents, not a ton of tweaks, but definitely some of my predictions from Thursday were correct, but I didn't think about this one, athletic, which has been definitely like underperforming. I think kind of everyone's impression of is like, man, this like isn't really worth running. It seems more useful in Battle Royale than it does in Dominion. It seems kind of pointless in Dominion, unless you're running like Shadow Step Toxicologist, then it's super important. Other than that, like once I get to the 13-minute mark in Dominion, where like as Pyro I get my Firefly ability, like I'm good. So what they did to athletic, they added run speed to it also, and this stacks with dexterity run speed and all the other run speed blessings and stuff, so you can be zooming in. So on reading, body scroll +1 character level, and then adds run speed +1, +2, +3, +5 depending how many scrolls you have. Gilded, so gilded buff, or gilded nerf rather. Gilded was really strong. It was definitely the closest thing there's been to a meta, I think, especially in the like higher level competitive lobbies. Like Curious Gilded, almost all of those players are running that. If they're not running that, they're probably running Runic Inspired, and that's just because those are what are strongest. That's what's going to get you the highest damage early on in game. So now, rather than upgrading all your equipment, it just picks 2 random ones and upgrades them by rarity. So it might upgrade both your gauntlets 1 rarity level. It might upgrade your main gauntlet and your rune by 1 rarity. It might run like or the opposite, like your offhand of the rune. In Battle Royale, this is definitely going to be a little bit weaker because in Battle Royale, Gilded upgraded everything. It upgraded your amulet, it upgraded your belt, it upgraded your boots. So now it's only going to do 2 of those instead of all 6 items that you can get in Battle Royale. So definitely a bigger nerf in Battle Royale than Dominion. But you know, some of these talents are catered or tailored a little bit more towards one mode than the other. I think generally they've done a pretty good job of trying to make things work in both. But I think it's okay to have stuff like this that like is a little bit more tailored towards one mode than the other, and Gilded is definitely much stronger and more commonly run in Dominion than it has been in Battle Royale. So I think this nerf is justified. I hadn't thought about this. I was trying to think on stream the other day, like what could they do? Like maybe like cap it at a certain level, but then Gilded is named for like the legendary items. So that doesn't totally make sense. I said we're gonna go fast here, and we're like not even close to being done, and we're like 40 minutes in, so this will definitely get some gameplay in here as soon as we're through these notes. Increased fellowship healing radius to 12 meters, which is about the size of a capture point, they said, which is what I predicted they were going to do and was hoping they were going to do. And lastly, For talents, Foresight no longer pings Valguard and Dominion, so it only is going to ping other players. It's going to make it easier for you to tell when there are other players around you, which is good because it's a little bit tough with all the Valguard. Okay, runes, teleportation, movement, falling is no longer locked while casting. Movement while casting is slowed to potion drinking speed. So while you're aiming, you'll still hover, but once you actually cast, you will, like if you're in the air and you jump off something to teleport, you'll drop down, or you can move forward while casting. But it seemed like a good change. They also changed the visual effect, which we'll maybe run it in the practice lobby or something to show it off. I don't usually run TP in game, but I don't know. This is definitely an improvement though, because again, with the gravity change, we're also floaty right now and like up in the air and just like a big target. And this just decreases that. Teleport was definitely a little weak in chapter 2. This will hopefully bring it back up. Other people's impressions that I heard about it like were very positive too. So this I didn't see this before. With longer cast speed, no longer necessary to keep players locked, but the reduced speed keeps it from being a free escape. Oh, so it's just again, it's that balance thing, right? They're trying to find a good balance between like this doesn't work and this is OP. So small tweaks, trying to like just find the perfect little spot for it to be. And then change it when when other things change and it doesn't work anymore. It's game design now. Flight's amount of turn friction has been reduced by 50% to make it smoother and offer more control. So in flight, you couldn't like turn your body very easily. You were limited in how much you could turn at one time. So that's been reduced by that. Friction has been reduced by 50%, so you have more control. And this also applies to Firefly on Pyromancer. So Conduit Lightning, I feel like I played a little bit of Conduit in the practice lobby. I'd never really played Conduit, so I'm not like nowhere near a Conduit main, barely a Conduit user. I only really use it when I have to for like a quest or something. This definitely seems like it's going to be strong, but there's a caveat at the end that will hopefully make it feel better overall. So there's no more wind up animation. Oops, my doggy is barking. Let's see here. We got our, oh, it didn't work. I have a little animation that's supposed to play when he barks, but apparently OBS doesn't want to make it happen. Oh, I wonder why. Let's see. If I do that, nope. Doesn't want to work. That's fine. He barked. Okay, so removed wind-up animation. So basically there was like a partial second animation of you casting the lightning before it actually happened. It's a little bit more responsive and quick now to shoot out that lightning bolt spell. Increase lightning bolt cast speed by 5%. So I think, I could be wrong, I don't remember exactly, but I think lightning got no cast speed increased, or a very small one compared to every other gauntlet in chapter 2. So with the previous cast speed decrease, it left lightning in a rough spot. Removing the windup makes it feel much more responsive, especially when paired with this increase in speed. And then here's the caveat that's going to make it not feel, hopefully, so bad. I haven't played against any lightning people yet. And like I said, I'm not the greatest lightning or most frequent lightning user, or conduit user either. So we'll TBD on this, but reduce the amount of aim assist on lightning bolt. Aim assist on lightning had always been good, and without a wind-up, it turned out to be too good, so it's been dialed back somewhat. So I think even without the wind-up nerf there, or wind-up buff, aim assist was maybe still a little bit too powerful, especially on lightning. It just seemed like especially in the hands of certain players who maybe crutch on it a little bit. Yeah, so I'm very happy about this change. Hopefully that helps kind of like, you know, again, that balance thing. You speed up this part to speed up the animation, speed up the cast speed, make that part feel a little better, but make you actually have to like work and do something in order to get the result of that. That was a lot of their talent changes and other balance changes in chapter 2, right? Making you work for damage, making you work for an outcome and not just giving to you free. And that goes right into Pyro too. You know, I am, especially in Ranked Dominion, and in Battle Royale before Chapter 2, like was a Pyro Dragonfire player. So I am a Pyro main. It's what I've definitely played the most of. But there are some changes, and it's going to take some getting used to. I haven't played. Like I said, I've only played like one match of Battle Royale where I only ran into a couple of players because it's kind of just like testing stuff out. And then I played like one unranked Dominion match. So we're gonna feel it out here together. But like I said, that friction with Firefly has been removed. I think it's down lower, but they also on PlayStation, I think the other consoles, maybe only Xbox, because I don't think Switch had this, but PlayStation, they made a change to allow 4K mode and allow like performance mode, and that I had noticed was like making everything really blurry during flight, during dash, during Firefly here. So that has been reverted. So Firefly feels really good, especially with this movement. Like you're able to control your movement better. So, and I can, with the removal of that blurriness that I was having, like I can actually see while doing Firefly now, which is, you know, is important in the middle of a heated battle where I'm trying to Firefly. But other than that, the rest of these changes are pretty big, like nerfs. Fire has definitely been very strong in Chapter 2. It was strong in Chapter 1 if you ran Fervor. Also, I never really ran Pyro Fervor. It's just not really my playstyle, but it's most other people's that run Pyro. So increase firewall cast animation to 0.8 seconds from 0.6, so it takes a little bit longer. So with the overall buff to AoEs and no more movement penalty, this adds a smidge more commitment to casting your firewall sorcery. Reduced duration of flame wall to 6 seconds from 15 seconds. That is a giant nerf. And a buff to Frostborn, honestly. I feel like maybe this is a little bit too far. I feel like they could have gone to like 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds, somewhere in there. I would have been a lot more comfortable with this change. This just seems very dramatic, but I understand why. There is a lot of firewalls happening in Dominion, but it just like seems a little too short, especially because Pyro as a class doesn't have I don't know, it feels like it's already in kind of a weird spot, but strong but weird. But I guess that's the case for a lot of classes, right? It's always changing. But anyways, so the amount of AoE in Dominion is very strong for attacking defending points, and it really doesn't need to be that long. Reduce collision size of fireballs by 30%. It's often too easy to land fireballs and feels like they shouldn't be hitting visually when they sometimes do. I'll also say that heuristics aiming change, where you have to aim better close up in order to actually hit your target, combined with this collision size of the fireball itself, and with what's not listed here, which is it feels like the fireballs are moving slower in this patch. It's a pretty big fire nerf. I haven't played any ranked. I don't know what it feels like. There are certain players in ranked that are like very aggro in your face pyro players. That I hope this this change makes it a little easier, a little more fair to fight with them. We'll see, I guess. Excited to actually try that out and see who was clutching on giant projectile size, and not actually like hitting their own shots. Speaking of projectile size, what's missing here from this Tempest and Wind section? They didn't do anything to wind spam at all. They didn't change the cast speed. They didn't change the projectile size. I think this is a mistake. I'm gonna definitely let them know that feedback, and I'm sure a lot of other people are too. I'll give it a chance with the other changes, see how it feels. But even from, I didn't play a ton of Tempest in the practice lobby today to check it out before stream, but I did a little. It still seemed pretty strong, but we'll see. We do know at least that they can change damage numbers later. I don't, it doesn't mention anywhere here if they can now change cast speed, server side rather than client side. But the only change Tempest and Wind is they increased the tornado cast duration to 1.3 seconds from 0.9. So it's going to be a little harder to, or take a little longer, and going to be more of a commitment to cast those tornadoes. Hopefully that means fewer fire tornadoes. They already did, you know, reduce the radius of the fire tornado effect and other like elemental combinations with tornadoes in that last hotfix. So we shall see. I was expecting and hoping for a little bit more of a Tempest nerf, but I think just reducing the projectile size, honestly, and maybe adding some like bloom or randomization of, and maybe a little bit of a cast speed. I think if they did those few things, or like just damage number drop, any of those things I think would make Wind feel a lot better to go against. Toxicologist. I'm gonna pour out a a vial of poison for our toxicologist friends, because this is a pretty big change depending on your play style, especially. I think they may be over, not this first change. This first change is mini, but this bottom one, we'll get there in a sec. Okay, but it's a big change. I think it's the right direction. I think, again, just like with the fireball or firewall thing, I think they maybe just took a little too far, went a little bit too much in the opposite direction. But before we get there, increase poison cloud cast animation to 1.2 seconds. Again, just same thing. We've been seeing kind of these, you have to really commit to those AoE sorcery things. You're not just gonna, you know, instantly throw out that cloud. You're gonna have to really sit there and float for a sec, or get stuck in an animation to do it. It is going to make it tougher, a little tougher too, with that animation increase, to get out the poison cloud and then immediately get out a fireball, because you're going to be waiting. So did feel a little bit tougher to hit that combo for me, especially with this what feels like slower fireball. Reduced electrification duration of toxic clouds to 2 seconds from 5 seconds. Just general tamping down of AoE. Maintaining an electric cloud was trivial. Offered a lot of power. This change makes it easier to use offensively without shocking yourself. And then we get to the toxic spray. This is the big one. And really it's this part here, but reduce the spread of it by 17%. So when you throw toxic over time, it spreads out really far. They reduce the physics size of the pellets by 50%, so they're smaller projectiles. But then the toxic spray dissipates entirely, disappears 0.65 seconds in the air, whereas previously it would travel for 2 seconds. So that's almost it's like almost a 75% reduction, somewhere around there, a little bit. I'm bad at math. But it's a pretty big change. Toxic is now more of a shotgun gardening at range is impossible. Even using toxic more mid-range seemed really tough to me in the practice lobby. I think they overdid this a little bit. I think maybe 1 second would have been a better place, and then evaluate and see. I wonder if this is something they can change server side. I don't know. I hope so, because I feel like it's gonna feel pretty. If it does feel kind of bad, it is gonna mean less toxic puddles everywhere, because people aren't just gonna be able to throw toxic everywhere in garden. It's gonna be dissipating in the air more, less AOE. But I think they maybe overdid it, in my opinion. So we mentioned this already. Added bots to the practice lobby. There are no scrolls yet in the practice lobby. Someone called that out in the patch notes stream chat. They said we'll hopefully get that done too eventually. I think it really only matters for, I mean, you can't do like firewall. Well, you can actually. What are people wanting scrolls for? Not sure. Just to test out different builds, probably. Get like movement buffs and stuff, so they can, in the practice lobby, have the same exact like build out that they would like mid or later in the match. There might be, though, if you open chests in the practice lobby. I don't know. I never opened the chest there, but there might be scrolls that come out of there or out of the mana vault, so you might be able to get some scrolls. But it would be nice if they were just like reappearing ones, like that level up bubble there. So map added new gate structures at the edges of Himwood and updated the Lux Vault POI. So the Lux Vault POI was updated quite a bit this last patch, so I did not get to visit it today. I didn't visit either of these places. So curious what those look like. New outfits, artifacts, cloudbursts, afterglows, and emotes have been added to the store and will, be rolled out over time. More emotes now include sound effects. Nintendo Switch increased joystick dead zone while on menu, so players don't accidentally select things they don't mean to. Fixed an issue causing low texture resolution playing in TV mode. Fixed misaligned league tier number in the inventory screen. Sony PlayStation, this is what we were talking about. Reverted 4K support for PS4 Pro and PlayStation 5, which was causing blurry visuals. They will be revisiting in a future patch. Actually, it feels and looks much clearer and better to me. Fix misaligned league tier number in the inventory screen. Microsoft Xbox fix an issue where getting resurrected by a blocked teammate unblocks them upon resurrection. And then a bunch of bug fixes. I'm not going to go through all these because a lot of them are just like UI, but things like floating bricks and floating chests and misaligned things and missing snow and some of the issues with blocking and muting and reporting people have been fixed. You can also, I think this is the bug that I've been running into with voice chat enabled for quite a while. So hopefully that's fixed. I have not tested that out. Fixed an issue where teammates or enemies could not be muted or unmuted on the victory defeat screen in Dominion. Those are all great changes. A lot of these are small, polish though. I'll just leave these on screen. You can look at them yourself, or I will also paste the link in chat. That's probably a better way if folks want to. I should probably add it to our bot, which I don't use as much as I probably should, but anyways, anything else? There is like I mentioned this earlier, but there is like just some like feel stuff. Like, how does it feel? That is a little different. It feels things in general. We can hop over into game and talk about this more there. Let me make sure. Ooh, where's my make sure I'm in game. Okay. And I am gonna I didn't want to do it. Cut to a black screen. I wanted to turn off my camera. Okay, so how do we do this? What do we want to do? Let's pop into a practice lobby just to start there. So they did rework this. This is the new class selection screen. So you can see it's pretty different looking from what it has been. But it does make the different abilities and skills as you level up a lot clearer. I feel like new players especially, it was probably pretty confusing to them because it was kind of all off on the side and pretty small. I kind of wish that it was at the bottom instead of up at the top. Or that it was a little bit, the things at the top were a little bit bigger. But this does give them room to add new classes and gauntlets. They can squeeze at least one more gauntlet in here if they just take out all the blank space between each one. So you can see a little bit of the more cartoony. I feel like it's really obvious on this toxic cloud. The firewall, so I feel like looks pretty cartoony. You don't see the different gauntlet icons. There's a little bit of a change here too. I already clicked through it, but there is, all my builds reset for some reason. All my settings for the whole game got reset. So I had to write down, I always write down your sense because I've had to redo my sense in chapter 2 quite a few times. But let's pop in as Pyro. Just as a little bit of a demonstration, since it is what I play the most. So you can see all the new icons. You can see how they're a little bit more washed out than what they were before. Like, it just feels like a little, I guess the icons themselves are okay. Stone seems pretty hard to see the icon to me. Toxic feels like it needs to be a brighter green. Like it needs to be the same green as the gauntlet. This new wind icon feels a little mushy. It's like hard to tell exactly what it is. I understand why they didn't go with a tornado for it because it would be too similar to the stone one, but I don't know. It just feels like it needs some work. You can also see the new UI in the bottom, the new map UI. This is some polish here. The map screen looks a lot more, like the portal selection screen looks a lot more different. And here's our bots that we have now. So you see how much shield they have. Hit them for 38, hit them for 38. Hit them for 38. They still have more shields. You see the poison disappearing mid-air there. I don't know. Things just feel a little floaty. It also seems like there's just some like changes. It might just be related to those, to like optimizations, or I don't know, or maybe me going back to the, like them reverting the PlayStation changes or something. I don't know. Stuff just feels feels a little different. It's gonna take some time getting used to, especially after, you know, I put a lot of time in to the game in chapter 2. Can't hit my toxic. So the bots do hit their shots. They kind of have just like jump up and down movement, but it is good aim practice, much better than what we had before here in the lobby, practice lobby. Again, I joke about that Battle Royale mode, especially with crossplay off, was like super secret, early access to a future PvE mode. But this really is that. Off stream, I've been playing a lot of Destiny 2 the last few days. It's the end of their season, and I just now figured out how to do all the things for their season because their menu system is really confusing and complicated. You think Spellbreak is complicated and hard to use. I don't actually. I think Spellbreak it's just different than other games, but I think it's actually, the like usability is very good. These bots are deadly. Oh, I didn't grab any shields or anything. That's probably why. Even with purple boots, though, I just feel very slow. I don't know. I feel like they nerfed movement or something. I don't know what the deal is. So you really have to be at this kind of close range for Tox, because you see how much less it spreads. That's max spread for Tox right there, and it dissipates in air like that. I almost feel like maybe they're gonna do like a Tox rework, and then the toxicologist class, you get longer spread. I don't know. I don't know what they do. It just feels a little like, I feel like that should at least hit the ground, which I think if it went 1 full second, it would. Like that, I feel like should hit the ground. I don't know. Dying to bots. What else can we show? Let's check out this flight change. And check out the firewall change. And then also, so flight, you just have, feels a little bit like it did maybe closer to launch. They did, I think, up the friction sometime between launch and now. So it just feels like back to what it was then maybe. And Firefly feels much better. And looks much better too. You can't double, it's gonna be hard to double Firefly though with the shorter firewalls. The firewall thing really, I think, is they just overdid it. Really do believe that. And I know I'm a Pyro main, and you can take that into consideration when you think it, but I don't know. I just feel like Pyro only has this for its movement, class movement, and then now you have limited it even further by only letting you, like, it's almost impossible to double Firefly now. I don't know. Noodle buff though. No, teasy. Well, I did aggro the bot though, so now it's gonna come murder me. Let's check out the TP change too here. TP change feels pretty good to me. I don't know. I'm not a big TP person in general. Prefer dash out of all the runes now with the spring step change. But let's show this off here. So you'll still float while you're aiming here, and then a little bit of an effect change too, I think. But you'll fall, and then there's, I don't know, just the visual effect feels like it changed a little bit. Oh no, our audio clicking. One moment, let me unplug and replug. Hello? Okay. Hopefully that's better. My mic cord did get a little tangled up with stuff, which tends to be what makes that happen. I think. I'm not sure, actually. Still trying to troubleshoot and figure it out, but... just feels a little zippier too. There's still a wind-up animation, but it doesn't feel as bad to me. You'll see the monospace font there at the bottom with the TP timer. I feel like you should actually be able to... we'll try it here. Yeah, so you can move while doing it, but you're slowed down to like potion drinking speed. But then when you let go and cast, you fall if you're up in the air. Actually, it feels like you fall pretty fast. It feels like you fall faster than you fall normally. You know what this feels like? If you, and I'm not even sure if this worked this way before, it feels like I'm more floaty. Until I cast, and then I feel like I fall faster. I don't know, that doesn't, it seems buggy to me, but I definitely feel more floaty. The gravity change feels stronger. I don't know if that's how that worked before. I don't think that it was, though. Like, is it levitate only? Maybe it's levitate cancel? It feels weird. I don't know. It may not come across too if you're not like seeing what my hands are doing and feeling it, but definitely encourage you to get in game, try it out, figure out the aim. I feel like I've kind of adjusted to the different aim thing now, but it was very, very confusing and felt really bad and just weird, but I feel like I've adjusted, maybe. Spots in there. Juggernaut shields. Anyways, we will... It's just gonna take, like, I tried playing some Frost too and was struggling. It's just gonna take some getting used to the aim changes, I think. Some of it too might be like some like desync or similar type of stuff with the server, although the practice lobby is not in the server. It doesn't use the server, it's all just local, so it doesn't look like damage numbers have changed at all. Like, I'm pretty sure epic fireballs were hitting for 38 before. Gonna die to a bot because I have no shield. So they act very similar to the Valguard. Like a combination of the Valguard in Dominion and the bots in Battle Royale. Since they have gauntlets. It seems like they only use... Can we look at them? Do they have 2 gauntlets or do they only have a main hand? Looks like they might only have a main hand. Really? Anyways. Those are the... In terms of runes and stuff, those are the main changes. We'll pop out and pop back in and as a couple other classes, like Lightning. Stone Shaper didn't really have a ton of changes, right? Let's look back at our list here as long as we're going through stuff. I don't think there's any stone changes at all. Interesting. Stone is pretty powerful, especially in Dominion, especially on certain maps. Bogmore. Halcyon. Not as strong on Himwood because you have kind of some walls. You have a little bit more defense. Like in terms of like map structures around the capture points. Yeah, let's try out Lightning. Since other than fire, I think that's probably the biggest change. I'm so used to in this lobby not so you see the lightning comes out faster, that wind up animation in the beginning gone. You do, I think, kind of have to lead. Aim assist definitely feels weaker, so you are gonna have to be better with your tracking. Get good. No, that's kind of awful of me, but also get good. If you're clutching on a broken game mechanic, I have very little sympathy for you. Aim assist was a little too strong still, and they've nerfed it before. They, it was way stronger at launch. Oh, I actually have kind of a build here. Spring Stip, I do think changed a little bit. They didn't call this out in the patch notes. Hey there, nothing. Sorry, I didn't see your message. Just want to stop by. Can't stay. Next week I should be able to make it more streams. Oh, that's so exciting. Hope you have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. I always appreciate it. Hope everything's going well with you. We're just checking out the patch notes changes. Well, we just went over the patch notes. Now we're like in the practice lobby, playing with bots and seeing how things feel. With the new Spellbreak update today. Spring Step, it feels so if there was like this super jump thing, if you levitate out of the top of it, it feels like that's even stronger, kind of, which I don't totally understand. It just feels really different from the way Spring Step was before, but Spring Step, movement-wise, I feel like it's still pretty good if you don't levitate out of it, but if you levitate out of it, with the gravity change, you just feel so floaty. You just are up in the air forever. But yeah, I like I said, I don't have enough hands-on time with Conduit as a class to like really give my impressions. It definitely feels like aim assist has been like nerfed to the ground on it. Like it feels like there's almost no aim assist. And that might be, I think that's a good thing. I think you should have to have tracking aim and not just get free damage. I still feel like Lightning could maybe use, or Conduit as a class could use a bigger rework. Maybe a reimagining or something sometime in the future. I think this is a step in the right direction. Conduit, you know, is meant to, I think, feel like almost like an assault rifle type weapon or an SMG. And I think it feels very assault rifle-y now, which is good for folks coming from Fortnite and other games to have a weapon or a class, a gauntlet. You do use them like weapons, so. But that feels like something that those people are familiar is good as like a way for them to onboard and get used to this. And even though it doesn't have any kind of bloom or anything, like that is me strafing back and forth, that little bit of wiggle, not, you see if I just do it. Maybe it does have a little bit of bloom. I don't know. I don't know what the hitbox is like for it. So that might be more visual than it is. Yeah, like the outer ring there is static if I don't move my stick at all. But I did not, I think maybe I only used Tempest and Offhand, but like I said, it didn't really change. They just changed the cast speed of Tornado, so I don't think that's really worth going into. Toxic, I feel like we got a pretty good sense of how things are working just with using it as the Offhand. Let's hop into, you'll see here, this is how you do custom. So if you're a party leader with at least 3 people, then you can hit create here. You can choose random map or you can pick the map. So down at the bottom, only 2 parties of 3+ players can join a match. Match will be played in the region of the creator of the match. So you can set what match in your account settings. Crossplay is enabled for all players while they are in this game mode. And like I said earlier too, and then you'll see in the upper right, in PlayStation there's no, or other consoles too, there's no way to hide this match code, but you would give that match code to the other party leader, either on voice chat or on Discord or whatever, and then they would be able to put that in. And then when you both parties queue and ready up, you'd see the match code is here on the thing too. For console streamers, you're gonna probably have to like get a little like OBS overlay or something there to cover the match code if you need to keep it secret from chat and stuff. But the way that, let's see, let's go back in there and look at what it looks like if we, oh, it's not gonna let us do it. And we may have to like change to, yeah, we do. Change to ranked or something and change back to join. So then if you were joining someone else, this is where you would have to be the party leader and then put in the match code here. And you'd have to have, you know, a party of 3 together on each side, same. And then click join and then ready up, and then you will be in the same lobby. And just to show it on PlayStation, it's this like hamburger menu up in the upper right. It's an option on PlayStation. It's going to be plus, I think, on Switch. Not sure what that button is called on Xbox, but And you're going to go to account to choose your region, and whoever created the match, whatever region they select here is where it's going to be. So some folks who've been trying to like queue snipe or to do scrims or to just like play with other people have been having trouble getting on the right server. But now with this, you can pick exactly what server you want. I don't want to queue on NA East though, so let me change that back to NA West. If we were playing with viewers, I'd probably would play on NA East just so it'd be fair for, that's the kind of the fairest for everyone, since I have some viewers who are in the EU and UK. But we will, for me, just playing, I'm gonna stick to maybe we'll see. I want to like feel things out a little bit before I just hop into gold rank. So you will see we can go to this screen. You can see the entry cost changes here. So still free down in bronze, 500. Match entry cost in silver, up to 1500 now. I think it was 1350 in the hotfix change. So now 1500. Platinum 1800, and it's platinum plus. Everything about platinum and above is 1800. So I didn't really move. I was in gold 1. But let's ready up. Let's play some ranked Dominion. Hopefully we can find a match. If I can't find matches, what I might end up having to do, since we don't have a ton of viewers, not enough to do a custom lobby, maybe I'll take a moment here while we're queuing and maybe share in Discord. And hopefully we can get some folks, and if not, then maybe I can troll other people's stream to see if they're doing customs and join up with them to at least try it out. I do really want to play Banehelm Dominion just to try it. You can also see in the lower right here more of that monospace font. It just looks really weird. I don't understand what they did there. So that button before, like the PlayStation button icon looks like it's misplaced. And the text just looks odd. Like it's not centered on the button. I don't know. Not sure what they did there. The what they had before maybe wasn't ideal, but this is not either. So see, I know some folks were having trouble. I think a lot of the people in these higher levels are trying out customs right now, so I might have to join them in order to find a lobby. How long will it take? said, if we don't get a lobby this way, then we can always try to get in a custom match or just play unranked. When I played unranked earlier, got a match right away. Do. kind of went with the song there. Doodle-doodle-doo. Background music here is Zelda and Chill. It's what we usually listen to in the background here. This might actually be, or Poke and Chill by Mikkel and Game Chops. There's a link in the description. I think this is a Zelda song. I can't remember off the top of my head. Everyone is in customs. Let me check out some Twitch folks and see if anyone else is doing customs with viewers or something, and we can try to hop on. Otherwise, we can always go into unranked if we don't. But I really want to test out like the new accolades changes. I don't know here. If we hit 10 minutes, then I think we'll just head to unranked. Pretty sure it's just that most of the people that are up in these higher levels. No, it timed out. Okay. Well, we'll try unranked. Oops. That's still ranked. Earlier, I got into unranked like right away, so hopefully don't have any issues. here. I might need to switch my I don't know if there's they didn't mention any other matchmaking changes at all on top other than what the like hotfix ones they've been doing. So if we don't find a game, we could try switching our region back to auto rather than west. Although I haven't had any problems, but before this. Of course, always when I'm doing it on stream, it's when I have a problem. There we go. There's a game. And it's a full 5v5 too, which is nice. Still doing this fireball tree aim thing. My aim is definitely still adjusting to this new aim system. I did try this morning turning up my sense. I don't know, for some reason my camera just seemed like it was moving really slow at what the normal sense I'd been at was, but I ended up reverting back to the same sense I had been using. I'm glad this wind spammer is on my team. Oh no. But you know what it is? I was trying to redeem a code. Ugh, that's so frustrating. At least it was unranked. But still really frustrating. I did not mean to do that. We shall load back in. No! Oh my gosh. One thing goes wrong and then 10 things go wrong. Well, let me go back over to myself here. And then let me relaunch the game. And I probably have to fix my sensitivity settings again too. Let's see, usually when that error comes up, yeah, it resets all settings, which is frustrating. I just turn all these down since, like, people, I don't want people voice chatting, and some of those settings seemed a little scuffed. Turn them all down. Oh man, I don't remember if I was at 32 or 30. So 30 on all three of these is what I had been running in chapter 2. I tried earlier this morning when I was having an issue with the camera moving, swapping everything to 36. Then when I actually got into a match that was too high, wasn't hitting anything because you actually, especially close up with the new aiming stuff. So I think I tried 32. I may have gone back down again. I don't remember. This is 11. You'd think I'd have this memorized because I have had to do it quite a few times recently, but I don't. Oh, I realized I did not come back to the game. You're like, what are you talking about, Ryan? Settings. Screenshots galore. There should somewhere be in here. Here we go. Oh no, that's the default. Somewhere I have a screenshot of what this is. It's like, I know that one's 11. I want to say this is 50. I want to say that's 15, but I don't know for sure. Let me actually go here. And back here a little further, there should be what it was, 11, 50, 15. Okay, I did have it memorized, and the rest of these I just leave the same. I don't remember if I had switched this back down to 30 or if I stuck at 32. I guess we'll find out when we get in a game and can't hit any shots. Man, I made the mistake of popping into my email. You know, you like get all your emails handled, you get your inbox like manageable, and then like step away for a little bit, and then all of a sudden I have like way too many emails to go through. Oh no. So unranked, at least for folks up where I am. Definitely better. I guess I could also look and try to join someone else's game. They added on the official Spellbreak Discord a looking for customs section. Doesn't look like there's much going on in there right now though. It's probably a lot of, I imagine there's a lot of people on Twitch that are playing with viewers, and all the competitive folks are all probably playing with each other in customs. And those are most of the people that I'm in lobbies with right now. You can see those icons we were talking about a little bit clearer here. They look okay here. Again, I think the colors are just a little bit too desaturated. There's also like a weird glow or something on there. These that wasn't there before that makes them look less crisp and but those are nitpicky things, but
Moon zone successfully captured. Your enemies have captured the sun zone.
The other thing that kind of bugs me about the
Zones.
monospace font thing is just the like the inconsistent usage of the numbers. Like you see in the upper right for the man, that did not go where it's supposed to. Stuff is not hidden here. I don't know if it's my sense or just the ping or what's going on, but will you just go down already? Why is my teammate spamming fireballs at me? Oh no, my build's reset again. This is a 1-1-1 build. Which is what the default is.
2 objectives in enemy hands. Take what's yours.
I did not remember that part of everything resetting. Was that my teammate that did that? Not sure. It's rough not having vampiric on in Dominion for me. Can't just wiggle around and think I'm not gonna blow you up. That'd be cool since we have a full wound charges. You should see the bigger. See, I just don't know about these icons. You know, some of it's just like not used to it, but
Another skill in your arsenal.
they just don't seem to mesh well with the other ones. Like it's like they didn't redo all of them. They only redid like half. I don't know. Seems a little odd.
Every objective under your control. Sun zone has been captured by the enemy.
Not sure where that person went. I don't think I took them out.
2 zones in enemy hands.
Yeah, also I'm looking up at the exile feed up in the upper right, and that just feels a little too close to the corner too. Like, I don't know, I just feel like maybe something's off with this spacing and some of the stuff with this update. It is a big change, so there's, you know, usually issues when there's change, but when the whole point of the change is to add polish, then it feels a little busted. I need to remember that there's might be new players in here, and I should probably chill a bit. Be respectful of new player experience.
You were wise to come to me. All zones under your control.
That being said, I'm not just gonna let you cap a zone right in front of me. But I will maybe like let you have the moon zone. But maybe put up a fight. Yeah, see, it's just like the inconsistency of the use of those different fonts too. Like in the scorecard, for instance, like they're still using their main font for
2 objectives in enemy hands.
all of the notification things underneath. But then in the actual scoreboard, they're using the new monospace font. I don't know, it just looks really odd to me. It just doesn't go with the whole vibe visually of the game. And it doesn't even seem to go, yeah, I mean, I don't know, it just looks really weird to me. Don't understand the change.
2 zones.
And don't understand the inconsistency of it either. When you use fonts, you want to use as few fonts as possible. So I think they had it down pretty well. They have 2 basic fonts. The like header font that they use is called Fritz Quadrata,
Always happy to use.
which I only know that because it's actually the same font that my college used. So I had to, in college, design some stuff using it. So I'm very familiar with the font. Dragonfire is still very strong.
Only 1 objective.
Where are you? I don't know if that was the Vanguard or if that was the enemy. Recall says I have like no health.
2 objectives in enemy hands. Which moon do you desire?
The other font that they use for this game, I'm actually pretty familiar with too. I've used it on a bunch of my websites, and actually, I was like a Kickstarter backer of the development of it, I think. I forget what the name of it is off the top of my head. Montserrat, is that right? I think so. It's a Google font, so it's free and like open source or whatever. But the font designer for it, was inspired by the like
This is the moment victory.
I don't remember what country they're from. Somewhere in South America, I'm pretty sure. Inspired by like modern signage that was all, for the most part, hand painted, but it looks to me like a take on Futura, kind of. Just another. It's a little different though. I used to use it on like my main personal website. Well, there, see, I have multiple Firefly. I don't know why we're just fighting over Star for no reason. That's a good point. I'll go recap Moon, although we're going to win this. We'll get it over quicker with if we cap Moon though.
Sun zone captured by the enemy team. Moon zone captured.
Weird that I guess it still gives you accolades. I wonder if you can calculate your crowns based on that.
Dominating the battlefields.
I do indeed hit those. Sometimes. I hit one anyways. But it was a pretty impressive long shot. Oh, I feel a little bit bad here. Do I dare look at these levels? Oh, okay, I feel really bad. They're actually doing really well though for newer players. A couple of them, oh, they had a couple of people quit. Well, that's a bummer. But maybe we did too? Or we just had people that didn't know what they were doing? I don't know. Not sure why I got stuck in that game. Well, now I don't want to play anymore unranked. They're so generous with the free items here, and I did get this outfit that's the NVIDIA one. I never got the code for it, but someone was nice enough earlier to come into chat and give it to me. So I did redeem that. There is another like color variation of this. I think it's more like, I forget the name of it. It was in the shop recently too. But I think it has different earrings and yeah, like some different colors and details and design. But they're very generous with what they give you for free out of the chapter pass. Like I still haven't bought the chapter pass, but I've gotten, I think 3 outfits from it. Is that right? I got this one for free from the chapter pass. This is the Amazon Prime skin, or Twitch Prime skin. So if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can get this for free. This was an old Twitch Prime from skin, or no, from Twitch Rivals, I think is what this was from. This is was also part of the HoloPass giveaway, HoloBot giveaway that the developers were doing. That program is a little on hold. They didn't do enough events, I don't think, to let everybody get everything. So they're rethinking the way they want it to work, and it's gonna probably continue long term. But you can get a bunch of free outfits for the game by just attending community events. But these two are also part of the chapter pass, but you can earn them for free if you just level it up. So it's pretty cool. That I think is a change from chapter 1. I don't think they had all those free tiers in chapter 1, but I bought the chapter pass right away in chapter 1. So again, I don't know. You see the timer here for weekly quests. So they're reset in 51 minutes and 2 seconds, in case you need to know how many seconds until they reset. Again with the weird inconsistent fonts though, because you have the other font everywhere. It is gonna bug me. And I did even find not totally sure. So I didn't see in the Discord. I didn't see anyone else sharing custom lobby codes. I should check Twitch also. Maybe we'll try to queue for another ranked. I really would like to try the ranked. Let me change my build here. Still running Rebirth Tough Vampiric for the most part in ranked. It's just kind of the only thing I can be competitive with the people in the little of those lobbies. While they're sitting here, let's nerd out about the Spellbreak font choices. So it is indeed Montserrat, inspired by the old posters and signs in the traditional Montserrat neighborhood of Buenos Aires, inspired by Julieta Ulanovsky. So they did a Kickstarter to make this font way back in the day. But I think, oh, it says it's been redrawn now with a bunch more weights and stuff like that. But this is the font they use for most of the in-game text. Curious. I bet you if I just Google monospace here or just select, I bet you will find categories, what they're using. Inconsolata is a great one, but isn't really like, I bet you they're just using this, which is just like the free Google one. Let's look at what the numbers look like. I don't know. maybe that's the issue, is they don't want to pay for another font, but they pay for the title font, the Fritz Quadrata they pay for, because that's not a Google font. But anyways, if you wanna, they I think use the medium, this one, for most of the stuff. If you wanna try making some Spellbreak inspired designs. These queue times, though. I think this is like a unique problem to people that are like upper gold and above. Oops. A lot of folks have really been loving the new Apex patch that added 3v3 arenas. I've never played Apex at all. I watch some of the other Spellbreak streamers like Marcus or OP's been playing it. I've watched some of them play some Apex. Doesn't really seem like totally my thing. I don't know. Maybe now that they added a bow. I really like bows. I mostly play with bows in Destiny. It's not into gunplay, really. I love this season of Fortnite where I pretty much only use bows. All I want to do is play Banehelm. Even if I just joined another unranked, if I can't get another ranked match, maybe I'll just keep queuing unranked until we end up in a Banehelm match. I just want to like, I have no idea like where the points are, what it feels like. Like I just want that. I wish you could do 1v1 customs. I'd like message a friend or have my husband get on and 1v1 me in it. Feeling good. Felt a little under the weather yesterday after my vaccine shot, second shot on Tuesday. Feeling better today, still a little achy. Not too bad though. Worth it, definitely. My goodness, this queue time. Trying to find people on Twitch who are playing with viewers if I can. Hard to do that with sound off though. Twitch does not have captions, auto captions, the way that YouTube is. That's actually one of the reasons I decided to stream. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons that I like YouTube better than Twitch, but oh my gosh, timed out again. Okay, well. I really, if we can't try out ranked, I at least want to try out I guess I'll queue unranked, and I really will just like not upgrade my gauntlets at all. And play a little more passively. Hopefully we can get a Banehelm map though. That's all I really want to check out. I don't think there's any new changes with Battle Royale. That might change, you know, the weekly quests have been adding something different in Battle Royale every week. Pretty significant actually stuff too, so I like that. It keeps Battle Royale fresh. And they haven't been like overpowered things, you know, it's been like the blessing thing this past week has been kind of like ambidextrous, but only for one specific gauntlet type. I wish you could see what map you're getting. See, look at this. Look at this. Oh, it fixed itself. before all our teammates loaded in our... Let me cap that. I don't have YouTube's version of clips yet because I don't have a big enough channel to qualify for the beta. I really wish you could, especially with now that you swap back and forth between regions, I really wish that they would show you, like they do on PC, what region and port number you're on.
Victory or death? Or exile, I suppose.
No, I was not contemplating switching my build. I just spaced out for a sec. Oh, Halcyon.
The moon zone is yours. Your enemies have captured the star zone.
Go try to cap Sun. What I'm actually going to try to do here is play kind of that more assisty support role I play in ranked by necessity.
2 zones and enemy.
Oh, I wasn't going to upgrade my gauntlets, and then I just did. Okay, well, we'll upgrade to green. See, normally I would, like, put a firewall there to block. But I gotta save it now that it
Some zones successfully
has a longer cooldown.
star zone captured.
Come on, Ignite, do your job. Okay, that's one of them. Where's the other one?
They're winning. Where's that record focus?
There's the third one. Zip it out of there.
The enemy team is pulling ahead.
It's now a fourth one? I'm so close to 3.
Two objectives in enemy hands.
Those notifications really are a lot more noticeable than what they were before. Like, maybe I'll try to cap. I shouldn't. I would have canceled out of that regardless. I don't know where they went. I'll always try to recall.
So you wish for greater power. You were wise to come to me. Your enemies have the advantage. Moon zone successfully captured. The star zone is yours. Moon zone has been captured by the enemy. Star zone captured by the enemy team.
I think their entire team is fighting me. That's fine. Like that was pretty much the point of what I was doing. Just trying to kite and distract them all. I don't know what my team is doing though.
2 zones belong to your team.
I think we could at least cap while I'm... fighting their entire other team.
Zones in enemy hands.
They want to go all around there and I'll cap that's fine.
Star zone has been captured by the enemy.
Oh man.
Moon zone captured.
I don't know what's going on with some of my teammates. Some of them are like... MIA.
Star zone successfully captured. Two objectives in enemy hands.
Man, it's really hard to farm bots even with this new toxic range. They're trying to triple cap us. I'm not terribly concerned.
Your enemies have all zones.
My team seems a little scuffed, but
Sun zone captured.
they're probably newer players.
Only one objective left.
I don't want to overhelp.
Take what's yours.
But I do want to help them. So maybe you can best help them by just making sure we've got 2 or 3 points. And kiting the enemy team everywhere. This person is pretty good actually. Oh, how did I get stoned? No, that's not what I want at all. Why did I swap gauntlets?
Star zone captured.
Swap back and just kite.
Your enemies have captured the moon zone.
Recall.
2 zones in enemy hands. Which boon do you desire? A fair.
Okay, looks like they got that.
Another objective. Well done.
One of my teammates is wiping the enemy team here. Did they swap out their build or are they running Spellslinger? Because I was pretty sure they were Toxic Fire before.
2 zones in enemy hands.
I'm gonna recall here. Just for the reset.
Have a good night. The enemy team has captured all zones. The star zone is yours. 2 zones belong to your team.
Come get me, come get me. I mean, we're gonna win, that's just like that. Waiting game.
Now that was some glorious violence.
This person should not be in this lobby. Man. I mean, that's just mean. Because these are new players. This is the person that they should... We should all be in our own lobby. I wish I could message them and be like, hey, join my custom. Unfortunately, there's no... Well, I do still, until the story quests come out, until 25 more minutes, I do still want to try to get the Banehelm map. So since we are struggling to get ranked, I guess I'll just continue queuing unranked and just doing what I did, which is keeping lower gauntlets and just fighting, capturing, helping as much as I can. Same. Oh no, it's something different. These seem like bot names. Mr. Walking Pants, Fallen, Day Dallas, Mr. Sports Guy. Those are like the way they're like camel case too, or like the way the bot names are. There are no bots in Dominion,
The
though.
battle begins. Don't disappoint me, Rick.
You can also tell they were like on different
Oh,
platforms and
nice
stuff.
choice.
So maybe they're just friends who have a themed name or like a competitive group called Mister. I don't know. It's odd. Bagma. It's not Banehelm. Unfortunately.
Your enemies have captured the Star Zone. The enemy team is pulling ahead. Only one.
Ouch.
Your enemies have the advantage.
What is this person doing? They're AFK on point.
So you wish for greater power.
I'm gonna go up to green on stuff, but I won't go higher than that. But it if I don't go up to at least green though, like especially like mid and late game, like I'm not gonna be able to, like I'm gonna lose every damage trade no matter what. Ouch. They did. I mean, the person was hitting. I was not expecting the bullet to the face like that. They were definitely hitting more of their shots than I am. That Toxic is just gonna take some getting used to the new way that it works. Shoot. Oh man, trying to get to my firewall there. I escaped with my life. Hopefully. Okay, I did. Pretty sure that's their strongest player, so important for me to
Your enemies have captured the Sun Zone.
distract them.
Sun Zone captured.
Not sure what their strat is here. They're just floating and fighting and losing all the zones. But, you know, who am I to judge? Maybe they think they're in customs. That level thing is much more prominent than what it was. That's nice. The shield break sound there and little icon. I haven't seen this person in the fight this whole time. This doesn't feel like an unranked game, honestly. I don't know if I just like stumbled into a sweaty unranked game or what, but Fighting so hard for this. We really don't need this point, but honestly, like, we're ahead by 40 points, so...
Which bone do you decide?
So we might as well fight over it?
The bone is yours.
Because even, I mean, that person just wiped our entire team, actually, but, like, it doesn't matter, because there's...
2 zones in enemy hands.
While they're all fighting on that point, we're holding 2, and we have a 40-point-ish lead. I think I might need to go back to 30 cents, because I can tell even there, like, at a distance, I can't precision aim. It might have to just do with my dead zone, too. I can't precision aim at a distance.
One zone has been captured by the enemy. Only one objective left. Get to it. Have a boon in mind.
Oh, they did change that. So before, if someone was capping your point,
Enemy hands.
it would usually kick you to... I was trying to push them back into... I misaimed my... my toxic cloud. Oh man, they're so high up there. Did they revert the light height change?
Star zone captured.
Man, lightning, am I right? Was able to get that. I was never able to do in the other chapter 1 patch.
You were wise to come.
Just like get off a... I guess I'll upgrade my rune since it didn't give me another option there, but... Missing all my fireballs. I don't know, in practice, the pyro changes, the like weird aim stuff
Does it sting?
is affecting my game more than the rest of this. Man, how did they trip? What is my team doing? I am fighting 3 of them and we are down? That bad?
Always happy to aid.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to upgrade my gauntlet. I'll upgrade my offhand. I'm out of rerolls. I'll also go, rather than fight that fight, I'll fly over to
The
Moon.
sun zone is yours.
Since nobody's on Moon. It sounds like someone's chasing me down here. Yep. These are just ridiculous fights for this.
Not really.
We're so close. I'll be captive.
The star zone is yours.
Watch.
Sun zone has been captured by the enemy.
I feel like did they decrease the tornado like time too, like they did with fire? I feel like that tornado did not last as long as what they were before. Oh man, I missed both those sorceries. We gotta at least cap one here, or they catch up. Okay. Now we just need to delay a couple seconds. There we go. Man, like, what is going on here? These are low level. These have to be Smurf accounts. There's no way. I mean, like, granted, I had really crummy gauntlets, and if I had like blue and purple, it would have been better. Like, they would have had a much tougher time, I guarantee, because I was still winning most of my fights with green gauntlets. I did have to take a blue toxic at the end, but I don't really use my offhand for much other than Dragonfire, or like really close when I don't want to like combust myself or whatever. It might just be too, like, these people can't find ranked games either, so they're just playing unranked. Hey there, Cortires. Sorry, wasn't looking at chat there for a couple minutes. And well, I was busy fighting it. It's tough to look at chat. Also, I haven't had anybody in here for a little bit. What are the changes in the update? So I can paste the patch notes again. We went over them at the beginning of the stream. We went through all the patch notes and discussed everything. So I'm not going to go through everything again, but there's some balance changes, like a conduit, rework a little bit, some pyro kind of nerfs to like tone down especially the AoE and the fireball collision size. Pretty big kind of toxic nerf. Toxic's gonna be much more shotgunny now. Let me paste the patch notes link in chat and you can check them out for yourself, or just go ahead, rewind, or watch the beginning of the video later. I don't think I've seen you in here before though. Welcome, welcome. Creating a happy little gaming community here that's fun, inclusive, supportive, non-toxic. We play a lot of Spellbreak. So Spellbreak a couple days a week, usually Tuesday, Thursday, and then play Nintendo Switch and cross-platform or indie games, kind of like as some extra bonus variety content. Right now I'm just doing those games like one day a week, but mostly focusing on Spellbreak since it's the main game that I play. What else did they change in the patch? So there's custom lobbies. So you can make your own Dominion lobby. If you have to have 3 people at least on your team, up to the 5 in your party, and you have to have another group of people that has at least 3 people, up to 5, and then you get a custom lobby code and you can queue together on whatever server the main person chooses. That's probably the biggest change. It's going to be huge for the competitive folks. I think there's also really fun opportunities to like organize some community events. I would love to do that. I don't have a big enough audience. But we're working on that. There's also a new Dominion map. What else? There's a lot. I think those are the big things. Banehelm map and Dominion, custom lobbies, those balance changes. They did tweak the like leagues ranked things a lot. There's a lot in this patch. a gilded nerf. Gilded now only upgrades 2 random equipped items by 1 rarity instead of all your equipped items. We'll do this one more ranked game. Fingers crossed we get the Banehelm map. And then after that, the story quests reset for the week. So we'll check those out. Might do one of them. I'd really like to keep playing until we get a Dominion map, a Banehelm Dominion map, though.
Time for some entertainment. Goblins guide you.
Try to use as few rerolls as possible so I can reroll for blessings instead of upgrades. We'll say it seems like they further kind of like optimize some of the rendering stuff. Like things seem to be, even though things seem a little floatier, like everything seems really smooth.
They're winning. Where's that break of defiance?
My strategy usually here in Dustpool is head this way and like farm these NPCs. Oops, I did not mean to grab that. That's unfortunate.
Two objectives in
Is
enemy hands.
there another offhand I can grab and then go back and grab my incoming? Maybe that's what I'll have to do. Take this ice. No, stay away until I can get my uncommon. But I've been going this way in Dustpool, and then usually by then the other team has moved on to trying to cap Sun or cap our other home point. So then I head over here and
Two zones belong
cap.
to your team. How grand.
Go straight out to the back.
The entire
I
map
didn't
is
see that. Where'd they go?
Your enemies have captured the star zone. Two zones in enemy hands. Which boon do you desire?
Getting kind of stomped here.
Star zone.
I think their team is stronger than mine.
Two objectives in enemy hands.
Try to help my team cap this. Stand point, stand point.
Sun zone capital.
person and like 1v1ing the whole time. Oh, did their one frost shot just take up my whole firewall? Well, that's not okay. Maybe that's not what happened. Maybe my 6 seconds just went by a lot faster than what I thought it would. They lucked out with that. Oh, I have nothing up. Nothing up. Oh, I touched that dragonfire.
Star zone captured by the enemy. The sun zone is yours.
So much dragonfire. So much for a dragonfire nerf, right? Well, there's a couple of people on their team running the
Have a good one.
pyro class skin.
Sun zone captured by the enemy team. Another objective. Well done.
I don't know, this game is pretty sweaty for unranked, at least like the top 2 or 3 of their players. Trying to sneak by here. Where'd they go actually? They did sneak away. Why are you reading this scroll in the middle of a battle? What are you doing? That seems like a bad choice. Trying to stand point and just push them off. I can. My firewall did not happen there, unfortunate. Why is this so sweaty for unranked?
You were wise to come to me. 2 zones belong to your team.
I feel like I should probably at this point, with it being this sweaty, like I should probably upgrade my gauntlets. Just so that I can fight back, because we're down by like 30. My team all seems like more new people. Their team does not.
Star zone has been captured by the enemy. Only one objective left. Get to it. Moon zone has been captured by the enemy. Another objective. Well done.
Oh.
The zones are clearly hands.
See, that person is just like bouncing back and forth between sun and here. I don't think anyone on my team is holding points at all. They're just all going back to sun every time. I will, you know, justifiably include myself in that because I'm also just doing that, but I feel like we need to push and triple cap or there's no way we're gonna catch up. Stay on point. Stay on point.
Your enemies have captured the sun zone.
The frost immunity to all freeze is very strong because I don't think there's any damage anymore when you Pokeball them, when you throw a toxic cloud into a flash freeze. It just turns into frozen mist, but frozen mist doesn't freeze them because they're immune to all freezing, so then they're just immune to like everything. It just really limits how you can counter frost. Try to take advantage of those new close-up gaming mechanics, especially with lightning. Did not get my man, it's game.
Always happy to aid in some violence.
I probably should have just upgraded gauntlets because I was sweaty.
You lost. Such a pity.
Yeah. The top 3 people on their team. And this brother, what is going on with my team? 11 exiles. But like, that's what happens when you put this level of people up against someone who's like level 6, level 7, level 6. Like, this person got a lot of exiles, but you can't, if you're giving up that many. I mean, I have a 1 KDA. That's not great. Love. Thanks for letting me know. Also love how you engage and energetic but chill at the same time. You earned us up. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Godaria. I really appreciate it. I'm a new channel. Obviously, you can see by my views and subscriber count. I really appreciate it. Welcome. Trying to build up more of a community so we can do like events and play together. Are you new to Spellbreak? Have you been playing for a while?
What are the vow keepers to you, Breaker? The shadows that you jump from, the chains grabbing tightly to your wrists. We are so much more. We are your end and your beginning. Join us and know your true power. Wield magic for our just cause and turn yourself away from sin. I shall grant you the opportunity to prove your loyalty. The kingdoms, in their wisdom, have sought our aid with a number of tasks. Perform admirably, and your place among us will be secured.
Interesting. So this is, you know, the end of last week's story. Blackthorn said that we were going to have to be like a double agent to do whatever except double cross Blackthorn. Let me... I've tried to capture all the different story elements for some future videos. So, medical supplies. With so many refugees to care for, Long Watch is in desperate need of medical supplies. Head to the hospital on Fever Break and see what you can find. So, Ferric Snowlash. We've seen this character in the trailers for Chapter 2. So, they are the leader of the Vow Keepers? They are still calling it the Order here, and I'm not totally 100% sure on the relationship between the Order and the Vow Keepers. I'm getting a little mixed up with that, but they're basically like a big bad. You may have given yourself over to the temptation of magic, but now is the time to cleanse yourself of such sins. Your work here shall turn your wickedness into righteousness. So we need to find some medical supplies to help them. I don't know. I don't know that I want to. Also, Kodaria, I see now that your message was from a few minutes before. I apologize that you're like complimenting me for being so engaged, but then when I'm playing Dominion, this game mode is like so. It's hard for me to pay attention to chat and the game just because the game is like very involved. So I apologize that it took me a few minutes to re-engage with you after that. We still didn't get a Banehelm Dominion map, so I think I'm gonna requeue and just keep requeuing, I guess, until we get a Banehelm Dominion map, and then maybe we can think about doing some story quests in Battle Royale. What else is going on here? It's trying to peek on some other like Twitch and other streamers for the game to see if anyone's doing customs that we could join in, because that would be one really easy way to just get right into Banehelm, because you can choose your map when you do the customs. But I like having a smaller audience because I can actually like be engaged. You know, like big streamers, their chat is like scrolling by. They couldn't read it all if they tried. I don't have that problem. I like being able to engage though, and like play with viewers and stuff too. This, I'm pretty sure, is the same person from earlier. But I don't know, a lot of people play that outfit. It's a popular one. It's pretty cool. And it is like, when you buy the chapter pass, I think it's the first one you unlock, so. I feel like it's a little bit of a sweat outfit though. We've got unbalanced teams here, unfortunately. My team is down a person. It's the first time I've seen that in a while. The matchmaking stuff has been way better. Maybe somebody left. There's no penalty for leaving, unfortunately, in unranked. Hey there, Michelle. How are you doing? Sorry you haven't been on in a while. You had major hip surgery. Oh my gosh. I hope you're doing okay. How did it go?
Food is yours.
I was also wondering if maybe did you get your Spellbreak fixed? Because you were having trouble, right? You're having trouble with like some kind of anti-cheat thing installation issue or something that we were trying to help you fix one day. I'm pretty sure that was you. I could be misremembering. But welcome back. I hope you're doing okay. Hope you're healing up. Hip surgery is major surgery.
Sun Zone has been captured by the enemy. The Moon Zone is yours. The enemy team is pulling ahead.
So I hope your recovery is going smoothly. Or at least as smooth as it can. Hopefully helps you in the long run, whatever was going on. We were having a having a problem but haven't been on. Oh, okay.
Which phone do you desire? Two objectives in enemy hands. All three zones belong to the enemy team.
Uh-oh. The cap here.
Sun zone successfully captured.
Missing all my fireballs. But you know what? I'm just gonna try to cap. Oh man,
Another objective. Well done.
that totally missed them, but they use this ledge and this shrine so much. I'm like, oh man, they got me. They got me while I was reading a scroll. But I pop up here, hide in this tree, drink potions. Probably gonna go down here though. Ooh, took them
Fate was
out.
yours. Moon zone has been captured.
She tore cartilage in both hips and ligaments, maybe? 2-hour surgery. Oh my goodness. Well, I really hope you're feeling better.
Two zones in enemy hands.
Or that you will be soon if you're still healing. And you might even, I don't know, that's like very involved surgery, I feel like. Long recovery, but I hope you're doing okay.
Have a boon in mind.
Very tempted to just upgrade here because this is a sweaty. I feel like this is how unranked might be until there's more people up in gold. Plus to queue because all those people are all in customs. You're still sore? Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully you're feeling better soon.
Moon zone captured.
Ouch.
Your enemies have captured the moon zone.
Oh, I was hoping I could go for 4 fireballs in a row. That would have been pretty
Sun
nice.
zone captured.
Oh, I have no HP. Oh, I was hoping Ignite would take him out. Oh, he got me. It was a close fight though.
So you wish for greater power. You were wise to come to me. Another skill in your arsenal. Two zones belong to your team.
Whoa, how did he double? Must have had a knowledge pot. he would have double dragon fire there. Yeah, didn't make it. Ran out of mana. Oh, we did have an uneven team here. I wonder.
Your enemies have captured the star zone.
Oh, that would have been cool if that hit. Okay, let me go try to cap this. My team is struggling here.
The moon zone is yours. Only one objective left. Get to it. Two objectives in enemy hands.
I am struggling here. Oh my goodness.
Always happy to aid in some
I feel like I just need to like go for it because this is unranked, so I was trying to like play nice, but the other team is not playing nice.
The star zone is yours. Two objectives in enemy hands.
Pretty sure we're gonna lose this one, which is a bummer.
Two zones belong to your team.
Let me try to drink this potion for a little bit of a reset. Anyways. I think my teammate won that 1v1. And every time we get 2 points though to try to catch up a little bit, they just recap. Oops.
Magnificent. The enemy's winning.
Trying to just at least distract this person. My team can try to cap over there. Firefight feels so much better. We're gonna lose this no matter what now, so.
The enemy team has captured all zones.
It's a bummer.
There's no despair quite like defeat.
Gonna just keep queuing back up. Well, we can check out the shop. We'll take a little break to check out the shop. This is yesterday's shop still. My rainbow prismatic flare was back in here. This variety bundle for a bunch of these uncommon outfits. It's a pretty good deal if you'd like a bunch of them. I think they regularly are like either 800 gold each or 1200 gold each. I can't remember. I think 800 because I think the blue rare ones are 1200. So more of the ascending outfits. Warbear. There are a bunch of new outfits coming. There's a person on Twitter that like delves into the game files and finds what's coming up in the shop. And they have pictures, and the pictures and stuff that end up in the shop here also end up in those game files. So got a little sneak peek of those. Some cool stuff coming. Fingers crossed here for Banehelm. Yeah, so I'm trying to think of what other cool things you could do in a custom lobby. So some things that I've seen other people do when they're like Q sniping in Dominion, or that I saw people do earlier today, was if you don't capture the points and you can kill Velgard, it'll count towards your damage, but it won't count towards your exiles, obviously. But we'll help you like level up your stuff. I've seen people do like 1v1s, like, so you have to be probably on voice chat, or have the, if it's a stream, have the person
The battle begins.
on stream kind of organize things. But you can do like 1v1 wizard battles, battle mage battles. Ooh, we got it. Yay. Okay. Super excited for this. It is very large. They said this was the largest Dominion map by a bit. I think this would be so fun for an arena mode too, or just plain if you do it a custom and do what I was talking about, where you're just nobody loots any, or nobody captures any points and everyone just that was kind of mean of me. It's a very large map. I almost don't want to fight, I just want to look around, but I guess I'll cap the points. So both, this is kind of what I guess they would do, although I was hoping rather than having that star point way out there, I was hoping they were going to put one down in the middle. I kind of understand from like a balance perspective why they didn't.
Only one objective.
Because you would end up with everyone above you having high ground on you, like if they put it down here or something. It would be cool, but I see why they didn't do it. But I do wish that they had more of these floating islands and stuff up a little higher, so that they would play more into the fights here, because I don't feel like the way that this is set up, I don't feel like they are going to. You do have to, they warned in there. I'm just gonna, these games have been sweaty, so I'm just gonna go ahead and throw out my rules
2 zones in enemy hands.
about not upgrading equipment. And I'll just kind of use my best judgment on folks' skill level. I'm pretty good at gauging that.
Some zones successfully captured. How grand.
So this zone is really, this is kind of like a Halcyon level
2 objectives in
distance
enemy hands.
between this one and those other two. It's very spread out. I feel like flight would be, flight and teleport, very strong in this map.
Well done.
It's obviously a lot of
Every objective.
risky terrain with all the fracture points. This is kind of a, there's a lot of flat ground, but there's also a lot of places to counter stone in this
Some
thing.
zone captured by the enemy team. 2 zones in
In a
enemy
recall, there's also a lot of hiding places, which there isn't much of in a lot of the other maps. Oh no, the Vanguard is hitting me. They're right here. Oh, how rude! I was trying to hide in a bush.
Which zone do you desire? Moon zone has been captured by the enemy.
I'm so excited though, because I feel like also, because not that many people, or not as many people as before are playing Battle Royale, and a lot of the, like, sponsored videos and stuff for this game to help promote it, those folks might, even if they play Battle Royale, might not know this is up here and it's so cool. I feel like that happened with Bogmore a lot too. See, this is like treacherous to get across.
Get to it.
There's another one of them here. I feel like this would be so fun to do, like TDM style though. Youch, dragon fired myself. Because at least with this, part of the problem with, I think, the Bogmore map is Bogmore is such a cool area after their rework for Chapter 1. But none of the Bogmore Dominion map takes place in the cool part of it. It all takes place like in the marshy part, out in the outskirts. Not in the super cool.
Your enemies have the advantage.
I think I want this point so bad. There's like 5 of them. Gotta stay on the point. There also is like some more cover and stuff that you don't really have. It's like my big criticism about like
Have a good one.
the Halcyon points. I guess the Halcyon points, some of like Moon feels very open, Star feels very open. They kind of have like things like this nearby them that kind of like shield part of them, but for the most part they're pretty open. I got this. Well, we'll see. We're doing okay. We're doing better this match because I'm actually fighting. The other match I was trying to like, because I know there's new players in these unranked games. I didn't just want to stomp on people, so I was like trying not to upgrade my my gear and stuff, but then they've been really sweaty, so I'm going for it.
Star Zone has been captured by the enemy.
This point is really far away though. Like I kind of have to like Firefly. I'm gonna read some scrolls actually. Up my tankiness a little. Leveling up my vampiric and my tough talents.
Take what's yours. Two zones in enemy hands.
Stone, toxic. You don't see that combination a lot because they don't necessarily go together super well. I'm gonna try to get away here if I can. Hopefully the Valguard don't attack me. They did. Maybe we'll try this bush. Maybe this bush is better.
So you wish for greater power. You were wise to come to me.
Probably should actually go for this star point. Oh, this person is here. They seem like the toughest. Oh, everybody's here. Their whole team is pushing. They're trying to hold here. Youch. Youch. So much stone. I wouldn't have guessed stone was going to be so strong in this map. At least there's ways to counter it with all these pillars and stuff. Especially since the pillars have like little ledges on them and... Stay on point, stay on point.
Another one. Well done. Seems you'll never pull this off.
Oh, I fractured? Oh, I did fracture. That's a bummer. This is a very close game.
They're going to get this from me.
You've been going to physical therapy for your hip and it's helping? Well, that's good. Yeah, physical therapy is good. It's like definitely like a process though, right? Healing is a process. Takes time. This is too close here. I'm gonna have to do this and do that.
Your enemies
Oh man, they
have
triple
captured
capped
those.
again. Oh no, they beat us. That was very close though.
The bitter taste of defeat. Seems
This
my
person
moves
was, I think, that stone player. They're pretty good. They had a couple good people. My team, not so much, but good try, good try. Okay, well, since we got our elusive Banehelm map, which I've been trying to get for like 2 hours, and we finally got, I just wanted to at least try it. It's interesting. I think I like it. It's very spread out. It's kind of hard to go between all the points without flight or something. I definitely feel like flight and teleport are much stronger than dash in it. Just for like the long range mobility that you need. I'm gonna go ahead and solo queue into BR though. Let me change my rebirth just to runic fluency. And we'll try to do those story quests. So we're going to Fever Break is where we want to go. So that I'm pretty sure is in the upper right. I think that's where the fire shrine is. Is Fever Break different than Fever Ridge? Oh, it is. Fever Break is down here. Oh, okay. So we're going there. That's probably better anyways, because we should be able to get a portal somewhere closer to there. Sometimes it's hard to get a portal way up in the upper corners of the map. So I'm gonna assume this is a lot like the other kind of quests like this, where you're looking for like a chest like this or something like that, and they kind of glow. You can see here the new UI for this. We got a Fever Break portal, which I don't even know that I've ever seen before. Maybe they added it, changed it so you get portals where the quests are. That would be nice. Oh, so we added a waypoint. So we're just going to the waypoint. Looks like some other adventurers here are traveling with us. Might have to do this a couple times. This is gonna be a hot drop today since it's the new story quest. Oh, that's not it. I think I hear the sound. Oh, there. That was it. Okay. Let me get out of here then. Let me also cap video of that. There we go. No. Oh, this is like not a good build for me. Lightning offhand shadow stuff. Not my favorite build. Although Kyrie Caitlin, who is a streamer and content creator for Spellbreak, plays fire with lightning offhand all the time. And she's really, really good at it. Me, not so much. I'm not really a big lightning fan. It is good if you... I said this earlier, but it is good if you are coming from like Fortnite or other games like that. It's probably the closest there is to like an assault rifle. So it's good for that. It's good as like, good for people coming from other games that are, it's like something for them to get used to this kind of projectile based game and get used to the rest of the gameplay stuff. Oh, whoa, what? Why did they pop up here? So those are the NPCs. Usually they only show up. Did I get the second quest already? Last week they showed up when you opened an epic chest in certain areas, but I don't think it was here. So that's weird. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe they just protect every epic chest now. That would be... I feel like epic chests are kind of not worth it anyways. All they have is one scroll and one epic item. Here, we'll do a test. We'll open this and see if they pop up. They don't. I don't know. Maybe it was a bug. Thankfully, those NPCs are pretty easy to take out, though.
Get moving, Breaker.
I do really like all the little gameplay changes that are happening in BR to like keep it fresh, keep it interesting. Ooh, what is that? Looks like explosives or something. Do you think it blows up? Probably not, but maybe in a future update. Coming next week, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I need to remember to read purple scrolls. So in Dominion, I run Rebirth almost all the time and never read purple scrolls because of it, because you don't, it doesn't really do anything unless you've already set off your Rebirth once. Then it'll reset it if you read a scroll. But I hear someone. I see some fireballs. I see some wind spam. Oops. I see me missing my fire. Where'd they go? I don't see them. Shadow Step was actually pretty useful there, though. Rono. This is a different person than I was chasing before, though. Also, a Chrono Conduit user is like maybe the most annoying playstyle to me. Both team up on me now? Okay, got rid of one of them. This is the wind person we originally chased over here. Oh no, no! What the heck? Oh my gosh. Stop with the wind. I'm gonna die to this, and that's so annoying. What was that wind
Get
spam?
moving, Breaker. Spellstorm's coming.
Obnoxious. No changes to wind at all in this patch. They just made the tornado casting animation a little longer. That's all they did. No change to wind spell or wind spam, as I like to call it. let's see. What is our next quest here? Barrels of Glow Blush. Oh, that's probably what we saw there. Certain members of the Dust Pool conglomerate wish to be reunited with their Glow Blush barrels. You'll find barrels in Ruby Grove, Dust Pool Hold, and Wayfarers Market. Yeah, I was like, I don't think I've seen those barrels before. It's because I hadn't. They're new for this quest. Okay, so collect 3. Dust Pool, Wayfarers Market. Where is Wayfarers Market? I can't look at a map until I get in game. I think I'll probably do this story quest and one or two more battle royale matches. Maybe we'll just do this story quest and then be done with battle royale. I kind of want to try to do Rank Dominion again and see if I can at least get one game. I was having trouble. I'm way up at the top of gold. I think most of the other people that are up there are playing the new custom lobbies with all their competitive friends. Which is good for me long term because it means my lobbies will be less sweaty. But a little tough when I can't find a lobby out there. I think the game is in a really good place, especially for newer players, which is more important in the long term than, you know, people like me and other people who've been playing for a really long time and are played a lot already in chapter 2 ranked and are way up high. Like it's better long term for the game's health for it to be better for new players. Still getting used to this toxic change though. Goes away so fast. I'll have to try to look up. I know one of the other games that I play sometimes on the channel is Splatoon 2. I know that game has custom lobbies, and some of the creators for that game also. We were going to try to find Wayfarers Market. Where is that? Oh, here. Oh, I know what that is. Let's try there though, since we landed. Or we were in Ruby Grove last game. And if we can't find enough barrels here, then at least we know where that one was in Ruby Grove and we could go back up there. Uh-oh, someone landed with me. I think I scared him off, maybe? At least temporarily? Invis? How did I get an invis? See, they ran off, but I'm worried that they're gonna... I think it's fraud. I'm worried they would come back and attack me as I'm searching for my... Oh, that didn't look like a bot name. Usually, unless they change the bot names, the bots don't usually have numbers. Okay, we gotta find these barrel things. Let me grab this stone actually though. It's not those arrows. I'm pretty sure it's the one that I pointed out with like the red stuff on it. Glow blush. Sounds kind of like dynamite or something. I don't know. Oh, it's up there. Okay. So they're kind of hidden, right? That's pretty hidden compared to a lot of these. Oh, here's another one. We might have to go to Ruby Grove though, because I don't know where there would be another one beyond that. I did hear somebody open chests though, so I'm a little nervous. Well, here's one. Let me make sure. Yeah, that should be fine. I think I'm kind of surrounded by people, unfortunately, pinched. There's 2 people fighting here, there's 1 person there. I really don't like Shadow Stab.
Keep an eye on the
There's
storm.
more people.
It's moving in.
That person down there looks like they're moving like a bot. Figured I had stone offhand. Oh, the wind thing curved my. Curved my boulder. I feel like I should have gotten them with Ignite. Being chased too, which is not helping my cause. I feel like they changed the boulder size. Feels like the damage that did. That wasn't in the patch notes at all, but just feels like that. Oh, struggling. Just need a reset. I was fighting like 5 people with no reset. This person is chasing me. That's okay. One problem with like well, they were running Featherfall, so they were extra floaty, but I don't know. I feel like I wish they would tone down the gravity a little bit and kind of like go halfway between what it was before and what it is right now. I think I want to hop back into Dominion. Let's read what this next story quest is. I'll save this last story quest for our stream, next Spellbreak stream though, on Tuesday. Kind of like keeping one story quest, kind of like as something we can do if I get frustrated with Rank Dominion, because those games are so sweaty up where I'm at. So the Bogmore Collective has certain landmarks they would rather keep discreet. Destroy any stone marker you find in Castle Bogmore and Mossburn. Okay, so similar type of quest. Kind of wish there was at least one, like they've had one almost every week this chapter that had like little NPC things, or where it was like getting a blessing or doing something with the shrines. I wish they would do a little bit more with that and not just like find these 3 things. But overall though, I will say that quests this chapter have been much better than chapter 1, and like, oh my gosh, compared to what they were in like the prologue, there's like no comparison. The prologue was just like daily quests. The game just like they keep leveling up. Keeps getting better. I will say too, like when I first was playing today, the aiming stuff was really bothering me. The kind of like, it just takes a little bit of getting used to. So if you're trying out the new patch and you're like, oh, this feels weird, just like give it a little bit of time. What I did was I tried out in practice mode, like just fought with the new bots that they added to the practice mode for a little bit, and then took a little break and came back to it, and it's bothering. It's like I feel like I'm pretty used to it now. The like aim change, some of the movement, it still feels a little too floaty. I'm still not sure. I'll have to like go look at old video or something and see if that levitation cancel thing is intended or unintended. So it seemed like when I was levitating, which is where you hold your jump button and float up a little bit, like I was floating down even slower until I cast a spell, and then I would drop more regularly. We'll see if I get a ranked game. I really hope that I can. It's a little bit more like prime evening time for me now on the West Coast. I usually don't have too much trouble, but like I said, I think a lot of the people that are in the gold and up are trying out customs with other folks. Which I would be doing too if I had other folks that wanted to play. They're probably also, there's probably a lot of people like organizing stuff on streams, but I cannot can't seem to find anything from just like looking at people's streams without audio and stuff, so that's okay. We'll try for a ranked game. I really do want to try ranked. The customs are really cool, and I think over the long term it is going to have a positive effect on the game. It's going to help the competitive people in the game, like people that you can run tournaments. There's no spectator mode in it yet, but they did say that they're working on that. Based on that they got this custom mode out so soon, if I just had to guess, I would say that that spectator mode is going to come with the chapter 3 update, which I know sounds like a long ways off because it kind of is, like 2 months away at least, if they don't do kind of like a break between chapters like they did this time. but it's also going to really help people. Like, I know there's people that play this game that live in like Australia and Asia, and even some of the people are South America, basically everywhere outside of North America that play this game really were struggling with the matchmaking system and the queuing system, because it was like putting them in other regions, like putting them all in North America basically, because North America has the biggest player base for the game. And then they get really bad pings, but they were struggling to find games otherwise. So this will let those people, a lot of those places have their own like discords, or they have streamers that organize play events. So the custom lobby mode is going to help all those places, all those folks who play the game in those places, be able to organize their own events. So that's good too. Other than like my settings getting, my like sensitivity and everything getting resetting, I haven't really run in, and some of the visual stuff like this Q button, square PlayStation button, like being a little off center. Some of that visual stuff is a little bit off, but other than that, I haven't run into any crashes, any other issues with the patch, so that's all really good. That's encouraging. It's supposed to be fixing bugs. It's a long list of bug fixes in that patch note. So long we didn't even really go over it today. We just kind of skimmed through it. There's always going to be bugs in games. Whenever you change something. But they've been much better this chapter, especially about getting hotfixes out. They've done like tons of hotfixes for matchmaking. Matchmaking is generally in a really good place. I think the only issue we're running into today here with matchmaking is based more on like player population queuing into ranked right now. At these high levels of gold and above. But I am kind of lurking in other people's chats trying to see what other folks' reaction is, or it does look like some other people are having some issues. Like I am finding games. So who knows, that it may actually be a bigger problem with ranked. Some of the other, I don't just want to sit and queue again though. Maybe what we'll do instead is we'll play one more unranked game and then just call it a stream, and we'll try again. Oh wait, though, I need to change my build again. I kind of wish that it kept your talent choices for each game mode, because I definitely always run Rebirth and Dominion, but I don't know. I mean, you could run Rebirth and Battle Royale, but I don't know that it'd be that useful. Probably could have gotten away from that person we were fighting with in the last Battle Royale match. I also, if I would have had dash, I guarantee could have gotten away from them better. Probably should have used my Firefly a little bit better. I'm not sure if I'd gotten it yet though, because I was right by the zone. I don't know if I stepped into the zone or not. Me, while we're just hanging it out here, let me take a peek on the Discord too and see what folks are saying there. Maybe check out the support channel there if you're having any issues with the patch or just the game in general. Let me hold on. I gotta look up what, and I always forget what the command is. It's super easy. I'm smarter than myself. I'll put a link in chat. It's to the official Spellbreak Discord. There's a Ask Support channel there. There's actual folks that work in the like developer support group, helping people during the week, during like regular business hours. And then there's also moderators and some community folks that help answer questions there if you have them. Oh, okay. So someone from the support, this is one of the official support folks too, are saying that they're looking into some issues with ranked on all platforms at the moment. So it might be something server based or not sure, but that explains why we've been having trouble. That's what I get for, you know, wanting to come stream right when a new patch comes out. But of course I like wanna check it out, wanna talk about all this stuff. But you know, there's issues. Thankfully the matchmaking stuff is all basically server based and they can hotfix everything. Sneak in there and grab that fire gauntlet.
Your enemies have captured the sun zone. Moon zone successfully captured.
They are running to that star zone. They are zapping. They are 20 HP. They are 1 HP.
Two zones belong to you. Your enemies are falling.
Oh man, why can't they hit a shot here?
Your enemies have captured the star zone.
Oh man, way down below.
Star zone captured.
We still got the cap dome.
Two zones and enemy hands.
Man, things do feel so floaty though. Yo, shh.
Only one object.
This person is just like killing bots and doesn't care what else is going on. I'm having trouble hitting them though. I think I need to go back to, so I'm on 32 cents. I think I need to go back to just straight 30. So we hadn't really talked about it, but there is, when you exile someone now in this mode, there is a little pop-up that shows.
Zone captured.
I'm gonna try to like sneakily recall here. So it shows you how many points you get from your exile. It's that giant white
Which one do you desire? Moon zone has been
plus
captured.
number. You can also see they added, they mentioned this in the patch notes, but they added some animations and stuff.
2 objectives in enemy hands.
For when you like passively get points.
Another objective. Well done.
Trying to not hub stomp here, but these people are being very aggressive pushing. I guess we have triple capped, we can have a point.
Dominating the battlefield, I see.
Give them a bit more of a chance. Try to play nice with others. But when it gets too sweaty, that is just like, just gotta go for it. Just stand up for yourself and your team. You're trying to triple cap. I'm gonna let them be. We're already up by 50 points. I didn't see how many people are in this game. There's only don't just farm bots. Play the objective. You can. Ooh, what is this? Never seen that before. It's a little oven. Ooh, they did sit. Maybe we can find it. Maybe I'll lead this person on a wild goose chase. They did say there's some kind of new gates or something near Himwood. I wonder if we can see those here in Dominion. That's part of the. What are those called? Forgot. They were like the whole story in chapter 1, and I'm totally blanking on the name now,
Enemies
but
have captured the moon zone.
I'm looking for this gate. I don't see it. The storm looks so ominous when you're close up to it. Honestly, like, I feel kind of bad. I feel like we ended up in a very uneven team skill-wise. So I don't want to.
Have a good night.
This person was actually very good though.
Keep this up and you not just win.
This pyro person. I'll assist.
The moon zone is yours.
Actually, now that they kept their point, I'll let them have it. Oh, that wasn't very nice. I was trying to be nice and give you a point. Sacrificing my own gameplay. This person usually does better than that. I've been in a few games with them. I'm not sure what's going on here. I think it just, yeah, it just looks like most of my team is all, well, it looks pretty even, honestly. Like, I'm definitely the highest level. I don't know. It didn't feel like a very fair match, though. So they still have some work to do on the skill-based matchmaking and unranked. Okay, so there is some updates from folks. Ranked is pretty broken right now. Not sure what happened yet. We're working on it. That's from one of the developers. Wasn't due to an intentional change to matchmaking. We're looking into it. Seems to be largely limited to ranked Dominion. More info as we get it. So, yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna leave it there for today. Let me shimmy back up, wiggle back up to my desk here. And let me also pull up, since this is our last scheduled stream of the week, we are going to do a bonus stream sometime this weekend. I think I said earlier in the week that it was going to be likely Sunday at 11 a.m. I can't commit to that time. Unfortunately, these bonus streams, you know, I have a hard time. I'm just trying to like work around my schedule and everyone else's. My husband, my friends that I spend virtual time with on the weekend because of COVID. So I probably am it's gonna have to be later on Sunday. Not super late. Hopefully I can do it like noon. But TBD. Let me pull up the schedule for next week. We're still just going to keep to the same schedule that we've been doing. It's been feeling good. Hopefully Tuesday, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2100 UTC. We'll be playing more Spellbreak then, and the same time on Thursday, and hopefully by Tuesday, the devs will have worked through whatever's going on with ranked matchmaking. And for the bonus and weekend streams, usually for those we play either a Nintendo Switch game or a cross-platform game or an indie game that's also cross-platform usually. We've been doing a Super Mario 3D World, Bowser's Fury playthrough sometimes. We play Splatoon 2 sometimes. So if you want to join us for any of that content, it's fun. They're very chill, just like this stream. Go ahead, hit subscribe, hit the bell for notifications. If you also want more Spellbreak news, follow me on Twitter. My handle's right there, Happy LIL Gamer. Or there's a link in the description or on the channel about page for my Twitter too. I share a bunch of news for Spellbreak and share deals sometimes that are going on in either the Switch eShop or PlayStation Store. Yeah. is a good time. So if you want to stay up to date on the stream and up to date on Spellbreak and more, definitely give me a follow there. And with that, I will, like I said, I will try to schedule when the weekend stream is once I have a better idea. Likely going to be planned for like Sunday at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. That would be 1900 UTC, if I'm doing the math right, based off what our regular schedule is. So plan for then. It might have to be a little bit later. Just depends what's going on. But anyways, thanks so much for joining us. I hope you had fun. I hope you have a happy little rest of your day. And we will talk to you all later. Bye.